at the twilight's last gleaming, through broad stars and broad stripes, through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you. That was beautiful. Our judge for today is Ryan Rash from Crockett, Texas. He grew up showing every species of livestock. During his junior show career, he exhibited 13 grand or reserve grand champion steers at major livestock shows all over the United States. Rash graduated from Texas A&M University and was a member of the national champion intercollegiate livestock judging team. During his collegiate judging careers, he was the top 10 individuals and in the top 10 of oral reasons at every contest he entered and was a high point individual at 5 contests. He is co-star of the Beyond the Ring podcast, the executive director of the Beyond the Ring Junior Livestock Association, and he owns and operates SBCC, a cattle company and consulting firm. He and his family have a club calf operation as well as a purebred Charolais and Hereford operation. He has judged every species of livestock at shows from the local to major level throughout the U.S. and in 46 states, Canada, and Mexico. Welcome, Mr. Rash. We're glad you're here. Thank you. Let's get the show started. Our Class 1 is Class 1 of Americans, and they range in weight from 910 to 1072.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a little colder than I think we all want it to be, and I'm a little road weary and haven't had much sleep, but I'm still excited to be here. And we've got a really good class to start out. To be honest with you, when we were waiting for him to come in, I saw this little guy steer that ends up second. I said, we've got a heck of a good class winner here in the lightweights. And then the young lady in the lead came in, and these two are both very good. The structure through the shoulder and knee and front end are considerably better on the young ladies in the lead. He toes ahead straighter. He's more flexible in terms of the way that he goes off of his front end. He's a KF that's actually better in terms of his finish and handle. When you get on him, he's equally good in terms of his look and balance from the point of his shoulder back. He's nice in terms of his body, and they're both heavy muscled. No doubt, the young man steers the cool looking one. He's really killer in terms of his head and neck. He's the thicker steer of the pair. As you study him down of his back, he's obviously stouter in terms of his bone, foot, and feature. All of those things are good. His blinkers want to go to Dallas and Fort Worth at the same time, and he's a KF that gets a little tight in terms of his rear pastern as he goes behind, but I like both of those exceptionally well. The KF that comes in 3 and 4, they're very different in terms of their type and kind. The young man's red steer in third, longer and more extended in terms of his look, lines and silhouette, a KF that needs to be better and more fashionable out of his hip. He needs to be expanded in terms of his lower rib shape. That's the advantage that the black steer in 4 has. He's bolder in terms of his center, more correct in terms of his rib, a calf that's got some muscle and shape. He's a little more compact in terms of his design, a little tighter in terms of the way that he goes out of his shoulder, but still very good cattle there. The 1 and 5 is ultra attractive, very smooth in terms of his front end and shoulder, good in terms of his lines and balance. Told the young man there's just not quite enough muscle, and when he gets out in motion, he wants to get a little awkward in terms of his rear hock. Young lady's calf that comes next, just round ribbed and nice looking up front, too frail in terms of his bone, foot, and feature. Not enough power when you get in behind him. We anchor out the class. Young man's doing a good job with this lighter colored steer. He's strong topped, he's straight lined, he's the lightest muscled, and he's the most rigid in terms of his movement. Give him a nice round of applause, please.
Winning this first class of Americans was Carly Schneider of Marion FFA. Second was Parker Missildine of Marion FFA. Third was Noah Richter of Steel FFA. Fourth was George Getz of Navarro 4-H. And fifth was Reagan Holdman of Navarro 4-H. Coming into the ring now is Class 2 of Americans, and their weight ranged from 1122 to 1180.
tremendous middleweight class here, and I really like the top trio, and they came in together, and they're going to stay together. We just kind of shuffled around in terms of placing, and the silver steer takes some of the parts and pieces that I admire in the next two and puts them into one critter because he's got power, mass, and stoutness like that colored up one that comes in two, and yet he's got some extra look and presence to him, and he's sound like the KF that comes in three. So he's the solid steer. Now, is there a wow factor about that KF? I don't know. I don't know if anything draws you into him like the next two, but he is the one that I have the least things that I need to modify or change about. KF that comes in two, he's a truck. He is powerful. He is big bone. He is really well fed and very good finish. Kent, that's excellent in terms of his body shape and build. I like those things about him. For me, he's just not slick enough up front. In terms of his shoulder, his head and neck, he's thicker in terms of his throat lash, deeper in terms of his chest. And then of the trio, when we get him in motion, he's by far the tightest, especially out of his rear hog. Just doesn't get out and isn't as comfortable as what I like to see him be in an ideal world. KF that comes in third, absolutely the best looking one. And I don't like to put the best looking one third in any single class. I think that KF is gorgeous. In terms of his lines, balance, and appeal, he's very good in terms of his structural integrity. They don't always have to be the stoutest for me. There's not enough to that one when you get on top of him and from behind. He's just not powerful enough in terms of a market steer. But young lady, you do an outstanding job sticking him, and that is a good looking one. This is the power steer of the group. He's the most massive. He's the most rugged. If you like those things, you might elevate him up. For me, in terms of his structure, he's not good enough because he gets too tight in terms of his spine. He's not as correct in terms of the way that he handles himself or hinges out of his hip and hock, but a massive steer that I like some things about. Gentleman's calf with the white tail next is deep bodied, very good in terms of his finish shot here. A calf that's not as attractive as you study him up front. He's not quite as good in terms of his muscle shape as some of the ones that precede him, but a very nice calf nonetheless. We got another good looking, fresh, sound structured one that comes here that's just the lightest muscled one and the flattest rib, but I like his build and I like his structure better than the next two. No doubt the silver steer's got some symmetry to him. He's really cool fronted, and he's actually got some shape. When you get in behind him, he's the tightest in terms of his rib. He's easily one of the two that's the straightest in terms of his rear hog, and he's just frailer in terms of his bone, foot, and feature. We've got another really neat calf that's long and level in terms of lines, got some bone to him here. This one is the one that bothers me the most off either end of the skeletal system in terms of the way that he goes, and he's one of the barest handling ones out here. Another excellent class. Give him a nice round of applause.
Winning Class 2 of Americans was Megan Steele of Steele FFA. Second was Madison Harbeth, Marion FFA. Third was Kinley Limburg of Marion FFA. Fourth was Georgie Wyatt, Navarro FFA. Fifth was Callie Kurlick of Clemens FFA. And sixth was Cole Mosier of Navarro 4-H. Coming in now will be Class 3 of Americans, and the weight goes from 1,200 to 1,394.
with a really, really tremendous heavyweight class and a way to end a great American steer show so far. And with never was there a question that this young man was going to win. From the onset, when this calf hit the gate, that is one good-looking rascal right there that is stout. He is muscular. He handles well. Everything fits and blends so proportionately, and yet one that is still very agile when he gets out here. Now, I'm not going to tell you that he absolutely floats out of his rear hock, but I will also tell you 95% of the judges that ever sort this calf are never going to say anything about his structure. I'm just very, very critical there. I think that's an outstanding calf to win, and he does so with a great deal of ease. The calf in second is good. And he didn't come here to be second. He just gets in here with a water moccasin and can't compete. That calf is very good looking. He is smooth. He handles well. There's more than an appropriate amount of muscle and shape. He is not nearly as extra or exaggerated as the class winner. And when we get him going, he's the one of the top pair that actually really needs to be redirected in how he handles himself out of his rear hock. I told the little lady in third, she does a good job. That calf is smooth. He's one that's very attractive and well balanced. He doesn't have the power and the mass of the two up above him, but I prefer his structural build than the gray steer that's in four. That does have more meat animal shape. He's really thick up high. He's still got a good look, and his shoulder lays into him nicely. When we get him out and going, he's just too awkward and cumbersome in the way that he goes off either end of his skeleton to run any higher in this very deep water. Young man's calf next is long-necked, long-sided, a big burly boned rascal there. He falls out in terms of his balance because he breaks and separates. In terms of his top line, he's not as correct in terms of his hip. Next calf coming in with the white nose there. That one is very, very attractive up front compared to his ones that are in front of him. Study his body shape. He's tighter in terms of his rib, higher in terms of his flank, just not quite there in terms of a market steer look. We've got the opposite in the wild colored calf, stout, opened up, big bodied. He's not good enough looking, and he's not good enough built to get up any higher. Then we close out with the little guy's calf, very long and level in terms of his side, deep in terms of his body. Got to be built wider from the ground up. Give him a nice round of applause, please.
Okay, winning class 3 of American was Tucker Wells, New Berlin 4-H. Second was Angelica Gonzalez, Steel FFA. Third was Addie Lemberg, Marion FFA. Fourth was Riley Taylor of Outdoor Challenge 4-H. Fifth was Kelton Mosier, Navarro 4-H. And sixth was Jada Bloom, Navarro FFA. Coming in now will be our champion and reserve champion, American Steer. Hold on a second.
And start out, kind of support your Knights of
Okay.
Columbus.
Okay, we want to remind everybody to support the Knights of Columbus. They have the concession stand, and it's open. They have burgers, fries, hot dogs, nachos, Frito pies, breakfast tacos, sodas, coffee, hot cocoa, and candy. And let me tell you, they make the best burgers in town. So y'all head on over there and support the Knights of Columbus. We really appreciate them coming and doing this for us every year. Thank you.
We'll give these kids a big round of applause. They beat a lot of stiff competition to get here, and it has been a tremendous show. And I expected that in terms of the American cattle. You come down the Southway, they're always going to be good, and you certainly didn't disappoint. And just to be honest with you, it's a lights-out decision on the champion. There's one that is all-encompassing in terms of everything that I look for. Balance, symmetry, muscle, power, and still very, very sound. Young man in the blue, take him on out of here. He's the champion. Congratulations to you. I think the decision for reserve gets very close, and not to take anything away from the 2 seconds or the lightweight calf, those are all very good. The decision for me comes down to the middleweight and the heavyweight, and there's some differences out here. I think the similarities that they have is they're both good in terms of their muscle shape. They both handle quite well in terms of their finish. They're obviously at quite drastically different weights out here. This silver calf is one that I really, really like to shape up high. He's very, very fresh. He's good in terms of his body. He's a calf that still has an attractive show ring presence and look. And of the pair, I do think he's the better moving one. When we get him out in motion, I said in class, and I'll say again, I don't know if there's a wow factor about that guy, but he's very, very solid. Is he just heavy enough and just burly enough and just enough of a man to be reserved in this tough division? I guess we'll find out in a second. I told this young lady here on the mic in that last class, she just got in there with a water moccasin, but that's a good steer. He's really deep in terms of his side. He handles impeccably well. He's one that is very attractive in terms of his look, and there is more shape and muscle when you get in behind that animal than what you first think when he hits the gate, because he appears to be a little flat. There's plenty of muscle. The problem with him is when we get him out and going, you'll see that his rear hock assembly and the way that he sets down on the surface, not quite as good or authoritative as I need it to be, but I like him well. Young lady with the silver steer, you're going to be reserved. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations to our champion American steer, Tucker Wells of New Berlin 4-H, and our reserve champion coming out of Class 2 was Megan Steele of Steele FFA. Congratulations. We will now start the British division of the steer show. Coming into the ring is Class 1, and these weights range from 930 to 1072.
Good way to start. And other than the pair out of 2 and 3, I think extremely logical and how this lines out. Young lady's calf that wins. I don't think that one's ever going to get any bigger than he is right there. But for what he is, he's a real good one because he's extremely stout. He's opened up in terms of his body shape. He handles impeccably well for a calf of this size and weight. And yet he is easily the best moving, best built one out here. And he's stout in terms of his bone. Now, ideally, could we lift him up in terms of his chest and chisel him out there? Absolutely, we could. But that calf is good. Real good. Again, I don't know if he's any bigger, but what size he is, I like him well. The decision between 2 and 3 is the one for me that gets a little more complicated. I like the balance and the Hereford Mark Share that comes second. I think he's neater and more appropriate and sharper in terms of his neck. I think he's more correct in terms of his top line, more fashionable out of his hip. I think he's also, even though he's the calf that's a little more tubular in terms of his body shape, he's actually deeper in terms of his flank than the red steer, and he's got some muscle shape. What makes it close is when he gets going, even though he wants to get a little fast on the young lady, when he goes at a natural rate, he gets outside of himself and his skeleton from behind. Got to bring him in terms of his corners more, but I still like his look. Sounder calf of that pair is in third, and he is really good in terms of his roundness to rib, his body build, even though he cuts up in terms of his flank. I don't think he's quite as cool to look at because he doesn't hold himself together, quite as composed in terms of his look, but a very close pair. Cowboy does a good job, and that is a good looking long neck steer that's just not there, even for a lightweight calf. He's too green, he's too immature, he's got to have more days on feed, but I like him better in terms of his structure and his look than the Hereford calf that comes next. Extremely long fronted, extremely long bodied. That calf is not as correct in terms of how he handles himself and comes out of the backside of his blade into his top line or hip, and he's the steer that wants to struggle just a little bit out of his rear hock. The white steer at the back, cool necked, and there's some muscle shape in that calf right there. Problem is he's coming over in terms of his shoulder and knee. He's entirely too straight out of his rear hock, and that's why he ends up where he does. Give him a nice round of applause.
Winning the Class 1 of British is Savannah Sanchez, Clemens FFA. Second is Ellie Slaughter, Marion FFA. Third is Addie Lemberg, Marion FFA. Fourth is Brody Pfizer, Marion FFA. And fifth is Tori Wyatt, Navarro FFA. Coming in the class now is Class 2 of British, and the weights range from 1130 to 1216.
there's probably as many differences in terms of build and things out here as any class, and you have to make some decisions on what you're going to prioritize and emphasize. And the top two are completely polar opposite in terms of their type and kind. And I'll just tell you, the Hereford Marked One is way more my type because he is impeccable in terms of his look. He's easily the soundest structured steer out here. I think he's proportionate enough in terms of his body shape and his muscularity for a Hereford breed type steer. Just everything fits and blends so well. Now, he is not nearly as powerful as the Red Rascal that comes into, and I'll take that and I'll understand it because I just think he is so much better structured and really a neat little calf in this particular class. Red steer has the most muscle. He has the most mass. He has the most density. With that, though, there comes some problems and some issues. It starts at his shoulder. He's too bold and open there. He doesn't transition as correctly out of his shoulder into his four-rib and body wall. And then when we get him in going, you can see he's just a little tight and cumbersome and awkward off either end of his skeleton, but a lot of muscle and a lot of power. Told the gentleman in third that I like that calf's body. He's very smooth out here in terms of his lines and balance compared to the ones that precede him. There's not quite as much power. Study him in terms of his profile and his silhouette. He falls out in terms of his chest, arcs in terms of his flank, so it throws off his balance just a little bit. Young lady's calf in 4 has more natural width and dimension than the calf up above him. Problem with this steer is he falls out too much in terms of structural integrity because he just doesn't go good enough off either end of a skeletal system, and he's the calf that has the least amount of balance and show ring look, but a muscular steer that handles quite well. Give him a nice round of applause, please.
Winning Class 2 of British was Mason Raider, Marion FFA. Second was Emily Pompom, Clemens FFA. And third was Copeland Hall, Seguin FFA. Coming in the ring now is Class 3 of British, and the weights range from 1252 to 1400.
Well, as we move into this class here, my mother tells me that I'm entirely too honest, and those that you know me know I'm not politically correct. I do not want to be on the sidelines holding my breath while these two classify, but if they get in somewhere, look out because they are both exceptionally, exceptionally good. I just don't want to be the one over there having to do it. And I think that they are both so unique and so intriguing in different ways. The one that is more my type and kind is the young ladies up front. That thing is killer looking. He's got a glow out here. He is sound and good build. He handles well, and there is more than enough muscle in that calf for a red Angus steer. And so that is just one that I think has so many unique parts and pieces, and really one that I gravitate to in terms of my type. Now, there's no doubt the gentleman's in second. That one is stouter. He is more powerful. He is more rugged, and he's got mass and muscle, and he still gives you a show ring look. When he gets out and gets him propped, he's not nearly as elite in terms of his front end because he's thicker in terms of his throat latch, a little bolder and more open in terms of his shoulder, but that is an incredible calf to stand second at a county fair. I like both of those really well. The young man's calf in third is tremendously big bone and really long-sided. He breaks and separates in terms of his top line too much. He doesn't have enough balance and symmetry, but there is more to him than the calf that comes in four. The calf in four is one that you like for his length, his levelness, and he's got a neat look through his head, neck, and shoulder. There's not enough to him, and he struggles the most in terms of his running gear. Give him a big round of applause. Awesome top pair.
Class 3 winners were, first was Peyton Harbeth, Marion FFA. Second was Jake Slaughter, Marion FFA. And third was Caden Mosier, Navarro 4-H. Coming in now is our champions, right? Yeah. Coming in now is our champion British. I want to remind everybody that we do have baked goods for sale up there, Dance Lab, that were in the baking show.
Well, let's give the British steer exhibitors a big round of applause. They're doing a good job. They deserve it, working hard. Y'all can clap louder than that for these kids. Come on now. They're colder than you are. They don't have a coat out here, damn it. But anyhow, really, really good set of British steers all the way through. I like them all. I think there are two that, again, so unique and different in terms of their type and kind. I like the two gingers out of the heavyweights to be grand and reserve. Congratulations to them.
Our champion British is Peyton Harbeth, Marion FFA. And then, okay, and our reserve is Jake Slaughter out of from Marion FFA. Coming in the ring now will be our first class of exotics. Wait a minute, let me look at the weights right quick. And the weights go from 878 to 934. Okay, sorry. We will not be taking a lunch break between the steers and the heifers. If let everybody know back there with heifers, we will not be taking a lunch break. So after Grand Champion steer, we will go into county bred steer, and then we will go into the heifer show with American heifers. Showmanship will be after county bred heifer, and we'll start with seniors.
Well, a really good class here. And again, there's some differences, but I think it's very logical how it sorts out. These two came in at the beginning, and I thought those are two steers that are a little different in terms of type and kind, but they're both very good. The wild colored one that wins, there's more muscle, there's more mass, there's no more dimension in him. He's definitely the one that when we get him stopped, he composes himself better in terms of his top line. He sets down more appropriately in terms of his tail head. He's the bigger boned, stouter footed steer of the pair. And while he's not perfect in terms of the way that he goes out of his rear hog, he's still the more mobile, longer strided calf of the two that I still think has a really unique look as you study him. There is no denying the black steer is absolutely gorgeous. As you study him through his head, neck, and shoulder, the attachment there, he's one that's beautiful in terms of his skin and hair. He's really good when we pull him together and get him around the ring. He picks up his top and gives you just this great look in terms of balance. Now, is he got enough muscle? Yes, he does. Is he as stout as the one before him? No. Watch him on the go there. He wants to get a little outside of himself in terms of how his rear step. And then when we stop him, he wants to arc up in terms of his tail head, not set it down quite good enough. And that also emphasizes the fact that he sways and settles in terms of his top line. Gray and white steer in third. If we leave him in the park position, he can run with the two up above because he's as massive a critter as any of them out here. He's one that's too bold and open and coarse in terms of his shoulder. And of the top trio, he's the one that struggles the most when we get him in motion. That boy does a great job showing, and I really appreciate that. That calf is really cool in terms of his head and neck, level in terms of his lines. There's just not enough to him compared to the three that precede him. Black and white steer's been fed well, handles good in terms of finish. A calf that you can study him in terms of get on top of him, and from behind there's not the power and shape. He's not as good in terms of his hip. Got to be stouter in terms of his bone and foot. Red calf is one that's really opened up in terms of his body, handles exceptionally well in terms of his finish. I told the young lady he's just too compact, conventional, and jammed together for me. And then when we get him in motion, he gets too tight and tense up in the top side of his spine. Next gentleman's got one that's got some muscle shape. He's long in terms of his neck. He's too dry, hard, and cylindrical in terms of his rib shape, and he's got to be further along in terms of his market readiness. Young lady at the back has got one that has more body shape and has some muscle. I told her I don't know if it's an injury or what. That calf is really laboring out here and just can't get out and go, so he ends up down there. Give him a nice round of applause.
Okay, winning our first class of exotics was Mason Richter, Steel FFA. Second was Holden Raider, Marion FFA. Third was Jake Schultze, Marion FFA. Fourth was Mason Raider of Marion FFA. Fifth was Roby Holdman, Navarro 4-H. And sixth was Tori Wyatt of Navarro FFA. Coming in is class 2 of exotics. The weights go from 960 to 1072. Remind everyone we are not taking a break between steers and heifers. And right after champion steer, we will go into bred and owned steer. Not bred and owned, I'm sorry, county bred.
Well, this was going along so easy here, and then when we get into this class, Regis Philbin was here, I'd probably phone a friend. Because while the quality is good, I'll just be completely honest with you, there's something that's got to be modified on every single one of them. And so you have to decide what you can live with and what you can accept, because all the way down to number 5 in this class, if you discuss them appropriately, you can justify any of them, up at the front or any place in between. This is the way I like them. And again, y'all know that I'm pretty quick at this. So when I rewalk them, I am studying. The longer they go and the longer they stand, the show steer of the group is the young lady silver steer up front. He's easily the best looking one in terms of his presence and his poise. He has muscle. He has mass. I think he blends together pretty good. So why is it so hard for me to put him on top? He is right there on the razor's edge of being too straight through his shoulder and knee, and one that when he gets out and goes, he just doesn't want to. But in this class, other than the KF that comes second, I've got to change something significantly about all of their structure. So I'm going to let him win because he's got muscle, he's got mass, and he's got a credible look. I will say he is acceptable up front, and we'll leave it at that. The best soundest steer, best built steer is the young ladies in 2. Now, she's out here in this top 4 with 3 very seasoned pros in terms of showmanship, and she's hanging in there and holding her own. That KF is one that is easily the best built at the ground, really sound and functional. That's the lightest muscled steer of the 4. He's the tightest in terms of his rib, and he's the driest in terms of his flank. When we get him going around, sometimes he wants to drop his head and neck, and so he doesn't hold himself together nearly as well as some, but she's still doing a good job, and I really like that KF's build. I just want to see more of that KF in this really stout class. This young lady here, you can stick, sweetheart. That's just all there is to it. She gets that thing pulled together, and you think that is the winner right there, because she gets his head and neck up, she loins that hip, and really puts him together well. When we get him in motion, that's where the wheels start falling off the wagon, because he wants to duck in terms of his head and neck. He really gets underneath himself in terms of his rear leg movement. I like the muscle. I like the mass. And stop, I had him in verse several times. I just can't bite off on his structure. And then he's probably the plainest of the top 4. Kev rolling around next. He's one that I think is a whole lot to handle. He's got that alert look up front. He is really cool and sharp in terms of his feature. He's a calf that's got more than enough shape for me. The problem is from the hip back, that calf is not built and assembled nearly well enough. And you can see it when he stops. He's got too much set to his rear hog. He doesn't want to set down on his pastern. And then again, when we put him in motion, really gets awkward and uncomfortable. If this calf here was not coming over on both of his front knees, he would win for me, because he is more like the calf in the lead. He is incredibly good looking. He is the smoothest. He has shape and power. I cannot handle the front structure on that calf, and that's why he ends up in 5. But there are people that can get that one all the way to the top, and you can justify it. Young man coming next did a good job with the calf. That's hard to show. The calf is round in terms of his rib, has some muscle shape. He's neat in terms of his neck. He's also one that's too round in terms of his hip and his hind leg. It's obviously when he stops and we get him in motion. We got a big boned, rugged white one that comes next that just got to have more total muscle mass and dimension, both up high in terms of his back and from behind in terms of just his natural shape. And then the calf that we close out the class with, again, level-topped, long-sided steer. His body shape isn't correct. He struggles off either end. That was a good class with a lot of quality, but a whole lot of differences, and I had to think entirely too hard. Give him a nice round of applause.
Exercise today.
Yeah. Winning class 2 of the exotics was Kenley Lemberg, Marion FFA. Second, Arena Garza, Kingsbury 4-H. Third was Ava Harbeth, Marion FFA. Fourth was Carly Schneider, Marion FFA. Fifth was Riley Taylor, Outdoor Challenge 4-H. And sixth was Jake Mahaffey, Seguin FFA. Congratulations. Coming in now is class 3 of exotics, and the weight will go from 1084 to 1138.
Well, we go from that last class that had so many different things to analyze to a class that's just relatively straightforward, in my personal opinion. This calf wins, and he wins for fun for me, because after the fact that I just chisel him a little differently, out of his jaw, down his throat, and into his chest, that calf is tremendously stout. He's the most mobile. He's great in terms of his body. And even though he's not flamingo fronted, he still has a great look and show ring presence about him. I like that calf exceptionally well, young man. Congratulations to you. I think the closest decision of the group is between 2 and 3. There's trade-offs between them. The red steer has a lot more power. He's definitely more shapely. When you get up high, standing behind him, he's the fresher steer of the pair, not only in terms of his look, but also in terms of his handle. And while he's tighter in terms of his body, he is rounder in terms of his rib. What keeps it close is he's a little frail in terms of his bone and feature to match his topside power and mass, and he needs to be deeper in terms of his side. The white steer's advantages is that he looks more like a fat or a market steer out here in terms of his body shape. He's bigger in terms of his bone. There's not enough to that calf on the top side of his skeleton. Get in behind him. He's not as square, not as true, not as shapely, and I just like to see him a little fresher all the way around. This is a beautifully balanced steer here. Really good looking, appropriate in terms of lines. There's just not enough to him in terms of his body width and shape. If there are, he can move up for me because he is so attractive and very well built. Now this one here, some of y'all are going to have him way farther up the line than I am. And I told the young lady, that calf is easily the most massive, easily the stoutest, powerful individual. For my type and kind, he's kind of the polar opposite of what I admire in terms of show cattle, in terms of the fact that he's too bold and open in terms of his shoulder. He doesn't have enough look and presence. And then watch him go. That one's just not good enough structure. But I do appreciate the total meat, muscle, and stoutness in that guy. He's just not my kind, sweetheart. The one that comes next is one that's attractive in terms of his look and balance. He's too straight in terms of his front end. Watch him go out of his hip and hog. He's not as correct as he needs to be. We've got another silver calf next that's built like that one. Got to be better moving, but an attractive calf that's nice looking. He's not as bold in terms of his center body as the calf that went out in front of him. Yellow baldy steer next, a big bone, stout, rugged calf that, again, in terms of look and not quite good enough. And then he's a little bare in terms of his handle, too coarse and open in terms of his shoulder. We end out the class with the black white-legged steer that's really long and level. You've got to build him wider from the ground up. He's got to have more days on feed in terms of his finish. Great class. Give him a nice round of applause.
Class 3 of exotics, the winner was Cole Marcel, Navarro FFA. Second was Jake Slaughter of Marion FFA. Third was Olivia Rodriguez, Navarro FFA. Fourth was Emily Pompum, Clements FFA. Fifth was Leighton Zwicky, Marion FFA. Sixth was Randolyn Wagster, Navarro FFA. And seventh was Roby Holdman, Navarro 4-H. Coming in now is class 4 of exotics. The weights will range from 1150 to 1236.
Well, a really competitive top pair, and there's some differences in between them, and there's some structural trade-offs within the pair. The calf that has a more unique look in terms of his presence is the young man steer up front. He's definitely more elevated in terms of his shoulder placement and assembly. He is cooler in terms of his head and neck set, and he's actually the denser made, more muscular steer of the pair, especially when you handle him and get up high. There's more to that calf in terms of shape. Now, why is it close in terms of his body? I don't like him as well as the calf that comes in second because he's tighter in terms of his lower extremities. He's one that's not as opened up in terms of his rib or as soft in terms of his flank. When we get him out and move him, I think there's trade-offs. This calf is better off the front end of his skeleton. The other calf is better off of his hind two. So again, I'm just going to go with the calf that hits me harder in terms of look. Young lady's steering two, really round in terms of his rib, got that market ready, fat steer look to him. He has the advantage in terms of the fact that he's stouter and more rugged in terms of his bone and foot, and there's more than enough muscle in him, young lady. He's not as powerful as that one, but there's more than enough for me. The fine lines are he's just too low set in terms of his head and shoulder. See, his neck attachment is not as correct. And when we get this calf moving, he wants to struggle out of the way that he goes out of his front end. I just like the look and the presence of the calf up front. Calf in third is one that's really heavy muscled, probably the stoutest from behind of any of the top trio. Very good in terms of his body build and shape. Told the young man that calf's not moving good enough. He's too coarse in terms of his joints. He's got some fluid in terms of his rear hog. Calf that comes next is really powerful in terms of his meat animal shape. He is super good in terms of the swoop to his belly, the roundness of his rib. He wants to break and separate in terms of his top line. He's not as good in terms of his look. Elevates too high in terms of his tail head, so it throws off his balance and pattern. The red steer that comes next is more attractive than the steer right in front of him because he's sharp in terms of his head and neck. He's smooth and flat at the point of his shoulder. He's right there on the edge. If there's enough muscle and mass to him, I'll call it appropriate. The steer, though, for me, just gets too straight off either end of his skeleton. Doesn't get out here and go the way he needs to. Wants to get outside of himself as he plants and moves up front. Little lady's got a big boned rugged one next. It's got some length, not a good enough look, and a calf that wants to get out and be a little clumbersome in terms of the way that he moves. This black steer at the back is good looking and very sound structured. There's just not enough width and dimension. He's not far enough along in terms of his market readiness. Give him a nice round of applause, please.
Winning class 4 was Jackson Missildine, Marion FFA. Second was Ava Harbeth, Marion FFA. Third was Cole Marcel, Navarro FFA. Fourth was Leighton Zwicky, Marion FFA. And fifth was Reese Buckner, New Berlin 4-H. Coming in the ring now is class 5 of exotics. These weights will go from 1262 to 1306. And remember, over at Knights in Columbus are some good hamburgers. Don't forget, we need to support the Knights of Columbus. And then we do have baked goods for sale from the competition over on the dance lab area. If you are missing a phone, I have it here in the stand. I mean, down here at the announcer. What does it say? Oh, let me see. Does it come up?
Well, I think probably the strongest class that we've had in the crossbreds or exotics in terms of depth of quality, and we've got a top pair that are both very, very good. There are some differences between them. To be honest with you, if they're stopped, they sort out differently. We put them in motion, they need to go this way. And everybody that knows me and sees me sort, I'm always going to go with the one that is sounder and better structured in a close decision. That's why the gentleman in the sweater wins. He is so much more correct, stable, and secure rare in terms of his rare posture. He's a calf that is tremendous in terms of his body width and shape. He's muscular. He's a calf that is just very good in terms of his structural build from behind. I won't tell you he's perfect out of his shoulder and knee, but he's good enough. What keeps it close? The calf from the point of his shoulder forward, there's some issues in that steer because he opens up too much in terms of his shoulder. He's not as neat and chiseled in terms of his chest floor, and he doesn't have the look or appeal of the calf that comes in second. But that's just a sounder, better built steer that actually has more muscle and shape. Not to say that the one in second doesn't have plenty, because he does. And he's a big boned rascal, and he has got an incredible look. As you study him in terms of his head, neck, and shoulder, he really gives you that read that he's a show steer, and I like those things. And if we could leave him right there, buddy, you might win the whole show. When we get him out and go, y'all will all see he snaps, crackles, and pops every single step. That is my pet peeve, and I just can't bite off on it when a pair that close. But I do like that thing really, really well. The calf that comes in third is one that is like the two in terms of the fact that there's some body shape there. I think there's enough muscle, even though of the top trio, he's the plainest in terms of his shape. He's the calf that gets the deepest in terms of his chest, falls out in terms of balance. But that's a good moving steer, young man, that probably outmotors the top two. I just need to see more look and have a little more power. That calf is as shapely as any of them. He's got a nice composed look. As you study him in terms of his head and neck, he's too round in terms of his general assembly, especially out of his hip and underneath. The biggest problem with this calf is he is too bare in terms of his finish when I get my hands on him, and he is that way by a good margin. Compared to the top end, I've just got to see him better in terms of the bark and finish that he displays. There has not been a wilder necked one come in than this one here. I absolutely love this dude right there through the front 1/3 of his body. Get him stopped. He's level in terms of his top line. There is not enough mass and muscle in him for me, but most importantly, even though it's cold, when we get him in motion, he gets too tight and tense up high, wants to throw him underneath himself too much. He's just not quite good enough in terms of his structure, but that is one cool looking one, young man. Then we've got a KF coming next that's got more power and got more mass. He has the same problem. Too tense in terms of his spine, not good enough at the ground, and one that's not quite as unique in some of his featured cream-colored steers, big boned. He's been fed well. There's not enough looks, lines, and balance in that particular calf. Then we finish out with the silver steer back here that is more attractive in terms of his presence. That's the lightest muscled and the flattest made one. Give him a nice round of applause.
Class 5 exotics. First place was Cade Pate, Marion FFA. Second place was Mason Richter, Steel FFA. Third was Clayton Taylor Curlick, Clemens FFA. Fourth was Jackson Missildine, Marion FFA. Fifth was Armando Garza, Kingsbury 4-H. And sixth was Bowen Ivy, Kingsbury 4-H. Congratulations. Coming in now is Class 6 of exotics. The weights go from 1330 to 1526. Remember, back in the back, we are not taking a break between the steers and the heifers. So after county bred steer, we'll go on into American heifers. Showmanship will be after county bred heifer, and we will start with seniors. And don't forget, I've got somebody's phone up here. It's an Apple iPhone with a sparkly phone case. It has stars on it. Nice, expensive phone. If you lost an iPhone, I have it.
When we get into the last class, and I think the quality is exceptionally good. And this is the same song, second verse of the last stop pair. We leave them stopped, they sort the opposite way. We put them in motion, they sort this way for me. The young lady steer up front is so much more appropriate in how he holds himself together and stays inside in terms of his range of motion. Very good at the ground, good in terms of his build. For a calf to have that much natural power, substance, and dimension to him, he handles very good. In terms of his finish, actually, he's a little fresher in terms of his finish and condition than the calf that comes into. I will not lie to you and tell you that is the sexiest fronted one that we have seen today, because he's not. And that's where the calf in two absolutely has him dead to rights. But that calf's got enough look in terms of his presence. He is so much better at the ground. Leave this one stopped, just like I told the young man in the last class, may win the show. That thing is drop dead gorgeous. I mean, really, really pretty. Got power and shape and muscularity. He's smooth. Right there. That's the look that I can't handle. He just gets too far outside of himself in terms of his corners. There is somebody at a major show that's probably going to say it's fine, and he's going to go big. And I get it, and I understand it. Today's just not his day. Calf in third is one that I told her, if I can change out the tires on this one, he wins the class. That's the best looking one. I think there's more than enough muscle to him. He's the one that is just too straight off either end of his skeleton, really gets tight and rigid. Switch that out, and I can run him up, because he takes some things out of both of those that I like very well. Young lady's big calf in four, powerful, muscular. I told her he cuts up too much in terms of his flank, gets underneath himself, and isn't as appropriate or authoritative in terms of his rear hug. We've got a yellow steer that's really good in terms of structure and mass. He's not as pretty as he needs to be, not as cool in terms of his look. He needs to be fresher. The gray steer is one stop. You like his squareness, you like his look and his power. He gets too straight and stilty up front. He hyperextends and locks in terms of his rear hawk, both on the stance and when we put him in motion. Black steer is one that's very level in terms of his lines and balance. The lightest muscled calf of the group that also has some structural issues at the either end of the skeletal system. Great way to end. Give them a nice round of applause.
Okay, class 6 of exotics. First place, Bentley Wells, New Berlin 4-H. Second place, Tucker Wells, New Berlin 4-H. Third place is Presley Ivy, Kingsbury 4-H. Fourth is Tyler Schneider, Marion FFA. Fifth is Cass Pape, Marion FFA. And sixth is Tyler Schneider of Marion FFA. Coming in now should be the winners of the previous classes for the champion exotic. After this, we will have the champion steer and reserve champion steer of the show, then followed by the county bred. And then we will take a 15-minute break between county bred steer and the start of the heifer show.
Well, let's give all these exhibitors and those that didn't get out here in this tough crossbred division a big round of applause. Excellent set of cattle from start to finish. We've got a great first line and a very good line of seconds. Some of those seconds could be over here in the front line with a different person holding the mic. I understand that, and not to take anything away from them, but the Grand and Reserve will come out of the front line of this deal. And take the little KF up front, young man. I think Class 1 AOC somewhere is calling your name because that's a good little steer. And he's cool colored. You're never going to miss him. I don't think he's ever going to be a nickel bigger or heavier than he is right there. But he is really good for what he is. The second class, that one's that made my brain hurt. I'll just be real honest with you. There were so many different types and kinds out there. I said that KF had the most look. He had some muscle. He is right there on the edge for his structure for me, but a nice one. This calf here is one that I like a lot of things about, particularly from the point of his shoulder back. Tremendous in terms of his body, his muscle, very, very good in terms of his structure. Still has some look and presence. I just like to chisel him through his front end a notch more. But young man, in a middleweight deal somewhere, maybe a Lemmy show, I think that one right there is going to play hard. Then we get to these three back here, and they're all a little different. But that's okay because good ones and great ones come in all shapes, sizes, colors, and kinds. But that is the heat of the battle for me. I love the look of the calf out of Class 4. He is by far the best looking one, the one that is the coolest in terms of his head and neck, the one that is the best in terms of his lines. He is also the freshest one by some mile out here compared to those other two. He should be. He's a lighter weight. And so, I mean, that fits. He's got more than enough muscle to me. He's a calf that I think is acceptable in terms of the way that he goes, as all of them are. And that is why primarily those three got to be on this side instead of the other. I'm not going to tell you any of them are perfect. Maybe he gets a little rigid in terms of his height, but still one that's good enough. So what is the issue? What is the hang up? I don't know if the steer is too long-legged or he's just not deep enough bodied, but he doesn't proportion out in terms of his fat steer look. I think it's more that he's too long-legged, if I'm being real honest with you, because I get off and I read his body shape. I think there's enough there and he's deep enough. He just doesn't proportion out quite as good in terms of a mature fat steer look as the next two, but he handles good. Calf that comes next, again, one that you love, the body, the rib, the roundness there. He's a stout, big-legged steer that probably one that gets out and goes so well off either end of his skeleton. We talked in that particular class, and I think it's even more evident as you get him on either side of these two out here. He's just a notch plainer. In terms of his look up front, he's not as neat and tidy in terms of his chest floor. And while he's good enough in the bottom part of his shoulder, right there in the middle and upper portions, he gets pretty opened up there. And one that compared to the two on either side of him, while he is good enough in terms of his hip, he's not as fashionable there. But I think one that really offers a great deal of things in terms of being a solid calf with a great deal of look. Then we've got the black steer at the back, and one that is tremendously round-ribbed. He's very heavy muscled. He beat a really good looking one in that class because he was so much sounder in terms of his structure, stayed underneath himself in terms of his corners way better. He is a calf for me that he's getting awfully mature. And you can study him in terms of his head and neck. You can read it on the top side of his crest. You can read it through his chest floor there. I just think that I don't know if we're past 12 o'clock, but we're getting awfully close, if I'm being real honest with you. I think there's a lot of good in that calf. I don't think he balances quite as nicely as some of them out here, but in terms of being one that is really monstrous in terms of muscle, does it in a really good package and still has an appropriate look, I think he hangs in there well. So as you can see by the way I talked, I like all three of them. I'm a little conflicted because the one I probably like the very, very best, I just don't think there's enough to him. The one that's going to win, despite the fact I think he's getting a little old, young lady, is this one right here. This young man right here will be reserved. Congratulations to you.
Our champion exotic was Bentley Wells out of Class 6, and our reserve was Cade Pape out of Class 5. We will have all champions of American. We will have the champion reserve American, champion reserve British, and champion reserve exotic in the rings. And then we will go to county bred. And then we will take a 15-minute break.
Well, as we get out here to pick the Grand Reserve Champion Market Steer, I know y'all are cold and don't want to clap, and y'all made that evident today. Please give these kids and those that helped them big round of applause. They deserve it. Really, really phenomenal steer show. And I don't get to judge many of these steer county fairs down in South Texas, but this one has been exceptionally good. So good in terms of quality that there are going to be cattle that stood third and fourth in classes today that will get a brand at major shows. And I understand that, and I know that. So if I wore a hat and take it off to y'all, I spend way too much time on my hair for that. So I'll just say good job, because it is really, really impressive. And in terms of what's going to be Grand and Reserve for as high a quality and high caliber as the show was, the Grand and Reserve is just as cut and dried and super simple a decision as can possibly be for me. And we'll get to that. I know we've got a heifer show and showmanship to go, but this is a very exciting time. If you live in the state of Texas, no matter what species you show, we've all been working for almost a year to get to this point, and a lot of people are going to see a lot of dreams come true. And there are going to be others that have a lot of dreams crushed coming up. And just remember that no matter what end of the aisle or what side of that coin that you're on, remember that all of these kids are going to be a grand champion in the game of life because of what they learned here, what they took from it. And remember, if it's not your time to shine, stay off social media and let that child and let that family have their moment. Because if you were on the other end of that coin and someone was throwing a fit or bashing what happened, you'd want to take somebody's head off, and you'd have everybody's right to. Let that family have their moment, because one day it will be yours. With that being said, I'll get you a Grand and Reserve. Very, very good steer show. This one wins in a lights out decision for me. That was awfully dramatic, but not as dramatic as a Red Angus being reserved, though.
All right, your grand champion steer of 2024 is Tucker Wells. Congratulations, Tucker. And your reserve champion steer of the 2024 is your British champion. I know I'm trying. Peyton Harbath. I'm sorry. Congratulations, guys. All right, county bread, and then we're going to take our break.
We'll give all these county bred steer exhibitors a big round of applause. I think this is neat that you highlight this portion of the kids that actually have cattle within your county. To be honest with you, they do this a lot more in the Yankee states than we do down here in Texas. And I appreciate it when they do it up here. So hats off to y'all for doing it. I think, again, just like Grand and Reserve Steer, it's a real logical conclusion that the Reserve Champion American will be the champion county bred. And then I like this other American steer of the young ladies in pink to be Reserve County bred. Congratulations to them.
Your champion county bred heifer is Megan Steele, and the breeder of that steer is Dave, David Beck. Thank you. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and then we'll start with heifers.
Well, let's give the American Heifer exhibitors a nice round of applause. A good set. Got to get a Grand Reserve out of here, but we'll talk them all. The Black Heifer up at the lead. She's easily the one that I prefer in terms of her look, her lines, and her levelness. Very stylish and eye appealing, and then she's very appropriate in terms of her depth of side and her broodiness. She's square in terms of her hip. There's enough muscle to her for a Brangus type female. In terms of her structure, I think she holds her own within the line. She gets a little rigid in terms of her rear hock. The dark gray Brahmin female next, really refined and feminine featured, strong in terms of her top line. She's the female that if you'll study her in terms of her body build and shape, she's the one of the four out here that needs to be dropped to most in terms of her side, make her bolder and stouter in terms of her rib, and then when we get her in motion, she wants to get a little uncoordinated in terms of her running gear. The light gray heifer that's next is one that, again, really good in terms of broodiness, got some look and some balance, not overwhelming in terms of muscle, but very good in terms of just overall presence, and I still think enough power to her. I think she's probably one of the better ones in terms of her feet and legs. Big, stout, powerful, girt female at the back, really tremendously broody, rugged in terms of her bone. In terms of a show ring look or presence, she falls a little short because she wants to sway and settle behind her top line. She's not as good in terms of her fashionable or levelness of hip, but I like the power, I like the substance. Brangus heifer up front is the one for me. Congratulations to you, cowboy. This light gray heifer will be reserved. Congratulations to you. Give them all a nice round of applause.
Yeah. Oh, no, who is it?
I don't know. That thing turned red. It turned red. I don't know what that means.
It's going out.
Gonna initiate this pair with the Hereford female, and I like her in a whole lot of different categories. And it starts with the fact that she is really good built at the ground. She's flexible, pliable, and comfortable in terms of her skeleton, and then she's more than appropriate in terms of her muscle mass, her body dimension, broody, and yet she still puts together a pleasing silhouette in terms of her show ring look. Does she reckon separate just a little right there behind her shoulder blade? Yes, she does, and that's where I'd modify her, but still getting ultra critical on a very good one. The Black Angus female that comes in second, round ribbed, good in terms of muscle. The problem with her is when you study her out of her hip, her hock, and her rear leg, she's just not as authoritative or correct as she needs to be, but she's attractive. Young lady's done a nice job with her. Give them a round of applause, please.
The winner of that class was Brody Pfizer, Marion FFA, and coming in second was Carly Hoffman of Clemens FFA.
Gentleman in the middle is going to lead off this trio, and in a type and kind decision on the top pair, that one is the one that is more attractive in terms of her head, neck, and shoulder. She's longer in terms of her side, and she is the one that has more strength and stability to her rear posture. I won't lie to you and tell you that she's overwhelming in terms of her muscle mass, and I'd stouten her in terms of her bone and foot, and those are the advantages the gentleman in the cowboy hat and two has. She's definitely denser in terms of her body make. She's a stout bone female that's got some power and some wit. She's not nearly as neat and tidy up to her head, neck, and shoulder. She's a female that wants to get a shade soft as she sets down on the surface in terms of her posture and strength, but still a very good one. We've got a muscular, stout, opened up one in terms of body shape here in third, that compared to the top two, she's tight and tense, and the top side of her spine, she struggles the most in terms of her range of motion, but a good one in terms of muscle and power. Give them a nice round of applause, please.
Okay. First place is Holden Rader of Marion FFA. Second is Brody Pfizer of Marion FFA. And third is Brant McColes of Steel FFA.
Gentleman with the Hereford is going to lead off this duo, and her advantages are overwhelming, and it starts at the ground. She is really good in terms of her structural build. She is so comfortable and agile out here when we ask her to move, and yet one that's still square in terms of her muscle shape, good in terms of her freshness and look up front, and I think more than ample in terms of her body shape and depth. They won't tell you that she's just ginormous ribbed, but it's good enough. And what she does well, she does very well. The Red Angus heifer is very strong and stable in terms of her top line. She's leveler out of her hip. She's a female, though, that when we get her in motion, she's entirely too rigid and straight in terms of her rear hock. She just doesn't get out and motor the way we need her to, but a powerful one that's got some look. Congratulations to both. Give them a round of applause.
We have the winner of that class was Mason Raider of Marion FFA, and your second was Apple Ibarra of Steel FFA.
Single entry in this particular class, and the young man's got one that you like her because for her age and maturity, she's still very good in terms of her feminine look up front, more than enough power and shape to her, a female that we could change her in terms of her tailhead placement and assembly, and even though she's very long strided at the ground, she wants to roll and how she sets down on her hoof wall and pastern. But we'll study her further, a strong entry. Give that little guy a nice round of applause.
Winner of that class was Holden Raider of Marion FFA.
Out here in this division of British cattle, these kids are doing a nice job, and there's some differences out here in terms of type and kind. I thought we started out very strong with a heifer up front. The dark red heifer is easily the one that's the most comfortable, flexible in terms of her build and structure, and yet she's really good in terms of her muscle shape. She's got some extra depth to her body, a broody look to her, and one that I still think puts together some balance and silhouette. I won't lie to you and tell you she's the most rocket fronted one of the group, because she's not. But she still has a show ring look, great deal of presence. I love the way she gets out and goes. Heifer that stands in two, young lady comes in with the yellow sweater. That is the one that is just the best looking heifer. And if we're going to single trade him on that, she would win, because she is so elegant and long and extended up front, very refined and feminine. I think there's more than enough muscle and wit to her. We talked about the fact she's a little frailer in terms of her bone and foot and foundation. She's one that when we get her out and go, she wants to roll ever so slightly off either end of her skeleton. Cowboy and then standing in third, that's another one that's just great at the ground. So agile, so comfortable, one that still has some look and presence, one that's got enough shape and dimension to her. Talked about her body shape. She's not overwhelming in terms of her rib, and I'd probably drop her down some, give her a notch more roundness and body fullness to her, but I really think she does some things quite well. Heifer at the back obviously has a lot of power, a lot of stoutness. For me, of the group, she probably falls out the most in terms of her balance and symmetry. I like the little heifer calf up front to be the champion. Congratulations to you, young man. Give him a nice round of applause. Young man, bring her on out. Young lady's Angus female that was second in that particular class. We talked about her and we liked the fact that she's really good in terms of her body shape. She's one that still got some look to her. She's not as good at the ground in terms of her running gear. I like this gentleman to be reserved. Congratulations to you.
It's Mason.
Okay, champion of that class was Brody Pfizer, and reserve was Raider.
In this division, young lady in the red sweater is going to initiate within the pair and some decisive advantages to her. I think one that is really correct in terms of her shape and muscularity, still so good in terms of her body build out here. I think she gets out and goes quite comfortably. She retains some presence and some youthfulness up front despite her age and maturity. Has she got a little more in the lower parts of her chest than what I consider ideal? Yes, she does, but still one that I like a lot of things about. Gentleman's Heifer in 2's got a lot of power and a lot of substance to her. Problem is she just isn't comfortable out here on the go. I'd change her in terms of her range of motion. Give them a nice round of applause. Well, as we bring the British Division and Reserve Division champions back out, this has been a relatively strong show in terms of quality, despite not being overwhelming in numbers. Please give them a nice round of applause. I like the little heifer calf up front. I'm just being real honest with you. I think she's stout. I think she's very, very sound, really powerful in terms of her body shape and her muscularity. Not exactly the most rocket fronted one that we're ever going to see, but there is a world of good in that little heifer right there. And I think when we get her all dolled up and clipped down real tight, you're going to see that that one can be quite competitive. Heifer at the back is one that is show ring ready right here today. She is one that really gives you a nice look through her head, neck, and shoulder, and she's one that, despite the fact that she's got too much deposited down there in her chest, she's fresh in terms of her condition. I think she's more than appropriate in terms of her muscle mass, one that gets out and goes well. So a very good pair, nice set of reserves. Young lady, we're going to let you edge it out today, but it is very, very close. Young man, you'll be reserved. Congratulations to you.
Am I right? The champion is Cody Kelso, right? And reserve is Pfizer.
Okay. Champion British is Cody Kelso, New Berlin 4-H. And your reserve champion British is Brody Pfizer, Marion FFA. Coming in now will be your first class of exotic heifers.
Black Heifer's going to win for me. And in terms of the fact that she just has more look, she has more show ring presence. She's excellent in terms of her body shape, one that's very correct in terms of the bone foot feature and proportions that she displays on the side view silhouette. All of those things are good. Does she get a little tight in the top side of her spine? Maybe so. And then compared to the heifer directly behind her, while she's got a weight and a muff muscle, she's just not overwhelming in terms of the mass or lower quarter. But I like that heifer very well. The cream-colored heifer does have more muscle shape, and I realize that she's stouter and square up high and from behind. She's one that just doesn't blend together as effectively in terms of her profile. Wants to be too straight and rigid up front. But a good pair. Give the young ladies a nice round of applause.
Winning that class was Ava Harbeth from Marion FFA, and then followed up by Abigail Pollock from Navarro FFA.
Young man's got a female in the lead of this class that I think that she is one that is so well built and so superior in terms of her structure, because she just really is very effortless in how she gets out and goes, picks them up and puts them down. And she does that with a great deal of mass in terms of her muscle, her squareness of build, and her body shape. Still puts together a pleasing look in terms of her profile. Would I chisel her under her throat latch and jaw, lean her up in terms of her front end some in an ideal world? Absolutely, but that is getting critical on a very, very good one. The young lady's heifer is the one that's more rocket necked and razor fronted. I appreciate that about her. She's just too straight and stealthy off either end of her spine and the skeleton, just not as agile or comfortable as the heifer that wins. Give them a nice round of applause. Right. Well, we've got two of them out here in the lineup that were single entries that we haven't got to discuss. Young lady brings us a white or a cream colored heifer that, again, in terms of her extension up front, very, very good there. She's long and level in terms of her lines and balance. When we get her in motion, when she walked in, you can see what the problems are. She's just too tight in the top side of her skeleton. She wants to elevate and rotate too much in terms of her tail head setting and placement, but still one that you appreciate some things about. Cow-calf pair at the back. She's doing a nice job nursing a calf. One that we really like the refinement and the feminine feature that she displays. Is she overwhelming in terms of her body mass? Even for a cow that's milking out here, probably not. We could change her a little structurally. We've got the two class winners that we already discussed. Young lady's heifer, really one that's got a cool look. She's stout and powerful in terms of her bone. Maybe not perfect in terms of her top line, but getting critical there. Young man's heifer, impeccable at the ground, massive in terms of her design. Not quite as ladylike right there under her throat latch or chest floor, but very, very good. And so the heat of the battle for me comes down to these two. This is the standard structured one. She'll be the champion. Young lady's heifer will be reserved. Give them a nice round of applause.
Tucker Wells was your champion British with Ava Harbeth in reserve. Exotic. I meant exotic. Now we'll do the overall.
As we come to the conclusion of your breeding heifer show, I know the crowd's not as big, but these kids have worked as hard or as enthusiastic about their projects as the market side of things. Give them a nice round of applause for their efforts out here. Really a good set of cattle. And why we've not had the quantity that we had in the steer show, I think the quality, particularly on the top end, is very, very impressive. And most of you know me around ringside. I like to win these shows as much as I like to judge them. And the two that I would take out of here and try to win something with stand directly in front of me. The two stem influence heifers will be grand and reserve. Congratulations to both.
And then county road.
Hey, county bred heifers, be up here to come on in. Grand champion heifer was Tucker Wells, and your reserve was Ava Harbeth. Senior showmanship, you will be right after county bred heifer.
And kudos to this county for again highlighting and representing those that either breed theirs or bottom inside the county. Very, very impressive. But obviously, when the reserve grand champion female standing out here and the grand champion's not, pretty logical that you're going to win, sweetheart. Congratulations to you. Follow up with the British champion to be reserve. Congratulations to her.
Our champion county bred heifer is owned by Ava Harbeth, and she also was the breeder of her. Congratulations, Ava. Senior showmanship, followed by. No.
Junior intermediate. Opie, is it junior?
What? Okay. We will have senior showmanship starting in just a minute. That's grades 9th through 12th, intermediate, grades 6 through 8, and juniors will be grades 3rd through 5th.
Obviously, we can barely fit them all in here in this senior showmanship contest, so I'm going to rework these that we pulled in the middle, went through and talked to the rest of the kids, told them what I thought they did well and what they could improve on, in my opinion, to stand out in the center with the finalists. Give them a nice round of applause as they exit out. Well, a super tough senior showmanship final out here. Please give all six of these individuals a big round of applause. And there were some kids that were left on the rail that could easily be back out here and under different people could win. And showmanship is even more highly personal than actually judging the show because, you know, there are things to instruct you or classes that you supposedly can take that will tell you what you're supposed to look for in show stock, but there's not any of that for showmanship. And for you on the outside of the rail, it's a lot easier to take criticism about Sassy the show cow than it is Steve or Sarah the show person. And I understand that. So it is important to me. I valued it. I really taught the kids that I helped to go out there and be the best they could be because not everybody's going to be the grand champion steer heifer. You can be the grand champion kid. You do that by winning showmanship. So it's important. For me out here and very, very close and very tough. And, you know, when the showmanship is after the actual show, most of my opinions are already set. And that's just how it is. And don't know y'all will like to hear that or not, but it's going to take something super spectacular to happen out here for my favorite showman not to win. And when they're at this level, these six could go an hour and not have a major mess up or mishap. So I think they're all great. Can go different days. Cowboy, you're the champion right here. Congratulations to you.
Champion senior showman is Mason Rader, Marion FFA. Congratulations. Then next will be our intermediate showman.
We'll give these intermediates a big round of applause. Another excellent set. I think I probably jinxed myself when talking the last set of showmanship because I said it'd take something pretty devastating out here to cause this to change. And we've seen some stuff in this final go that probably has had an impact because three of the top end showmen have all had a mishap. We've had that one get loose, halter come off. Red Steer's not really wanting to cooperate down here. So it's where you draw the line. Is it more about what you saw all day long, or is it more about what happens right here? And I do think that there is one other exhibitor out here that probably not quite as impressive earlier in the day, but rose to the occasion out here. Young lady with the black steer is going to be the champion. Congratulations to her.
Your champion intermediate showman is Kenley Lindbergh, Marion FFA. Congratulations.
Well, another excellent group of showmen. Please give them a nice round of applause out here. Doing a good job. It's late in the day. I think this is the last thing I have to do, so I will say thank you for having me. I've appreciated it, and it's been quite an honor and a privilege. Really, really good show all the way through. I wish you the best of luck the upcoming months. And so, with that being said, this is kind of a foregone conclusion for me. The showman that absolutely impressed me the most from start to finish all day, young lady in the pink. Congratulations to you.
The winner of the junior showmanship is Bentley Wells. Congratulations.